Well, good morning and welcome to the Board of Commissioners meeting for March 30th. Boy, one more day to go and March is over with. This year is flying by, just flying by. Okay, we will start this morning's meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And our inspirational word for the day is the serenity prayer. God grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. Madam Clerk, if you call the roll, please.
Commissioner Lundy,
Here.
Commissioner Hung. Here. Commissioner Moore.
Here.
Okay, we have a presentation and a public hearing this morning. I'd like to call forward our Lorraine County Solid Waste Director, David Blevins, and we have a special guest.
Late, yes.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Petticourt. Teresa, thank you for having me. I know you guys are busy. We have a heavy agenda this morning, so I'll try and keep it quick, which sometimes is difficult for me. Before I introduce Shane Donnelly and Rathkin Soils, I want to give you a little history of how we met and what has gone on since then. 6 months ago, he reached out to the district in regards to operating or starting a facility in Lorraine County. I took his call. He came in. We met the next day, and we started talking about facility. There was a site that was owned by the Lorraine County Port Authority that had been contaminated with oils and gas from a E&L transport station on Terminal Drive in Lorraine. They had pulled the tanks, but the ground had never been cleaned. So the Port Authority was working on a no further action from the EPA, which basically would have been capping the property and letting whatever was in there, contaminants, drain into wherever. So Mr. Donnelly had a lot of interest in that property, and we have since moved on to him purchasing the property. And he purchased the property as is. Which means he's going to clean the property. So not only will we not have to incur the cost of $120,000 to get the no further action from the EPA for the Port Authority, he's going to clean it the right way, and we ended up getting $365,000 when we only had any suitors that were at $80,000. So it's a plus so far, and the environment at the end of the day will be cleaner. He's been in the county for quite a while. He has his businesses in Florida, but he has had businesses in Lorraine County and Cuyahoga County. His heart is in the right place. He was one of the first donators to the Be Green Scholarship at Lorraine County Community College, which is something that the district has funded throughout the last 15 years. So he's a great partner to be with. His technology is amazing. I'm going to let him speak to that. But as far as support from the district and support from the EPA and the policy committee, we are all for this project, and we'd like to move forward with it as quick as possible. I will right now introduce Shane Donnelly from Rathkin Soils. Shane.
Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to come in and give you a little update on our project. I thought the first thing I should do, when you try to start a compost facility, there's generally some controversy around permitting, etc. Most people are afraid of odors, and of course, as many of you probably know, so there was an article in the paper last week in regards to just that. So we've been in the organics business 23 years. We have a company called Harvest Quest that manufactures an inoculant and sells it to composters around the country. Most of those composters, especially municipal composters that use that product, use it because it minimizes odors in the process. And for us, that's a calling card. If by using this methodology there were odors on site, we would have many less customers. It's a very cost-effective way to manage an organics facility too. And in 2016, we wondered if in fact the composters weren't the ones making the money as opposed to us who made an inoculant for the composters. So we started a compost company in Florida called Life Soils in 2016. And I think that company today, I think the sum of what it treats in Florida is the sum of all of our other competition. So we treat about 500,000 tons of waste in Florida at the minute. And we do it in a way that municipalities want to work with us because it's a very cost-effective method, but also because we don't handle the material a lot because we use our inoculant, and when you don't handle the material a lot, you don't what we call blow-off odors. So we are an experienced compost operator. We have some great technology to use as part of our methodology. And in a compost pile, if ammonia, which is generally the most offensive odor, if ammonia escapes from a compost pile, it can't be it's no longer retained. And when it's retained in a compost pile, it gets converted ultimately to nitrogen. And in our business, we sell compost, but we're really selling nutrients. We don't want ammonia escaping from our piles because we want as much nitrogen as possible in our compost. And so I just, given a short period of time, I wanted to give you a little introduction into our experience in the business, but also, and you can see I have a few pieces on life soils there, but if you wanted to look to the future in the site, yes, I've been chasing an organics facility in Lorraine County for 10 years. The piece of property out in Terminal Drive is an ideal facility for a compost facility because it is all concrete. You put a compost facility on soft ground, it starts to soak up water, the tire tracks from the loaders on soft ground chew up the ground. That's where your odors start. And so in this facility, I'd been on it for several years. I'd spoken to the Port Authority several years ago and said, that's an ideal facility. I've always wanted to start an organics facility to recycle the food waste and the organics in Lorraine County. And sure enough, we talked to the Port Authority for several years, couldn't quite get a deal done. We were getting close on several occasions. But the driver was the site. The site all drains to one area. We can manage the water. If you can manage water in a compost site, you can manage odor. And if you look to the design, in the top left-hand corner of the site design, there's a pond structure there where all the water from the site will run to. That's a $380,000 pond we're building. Why would we do that? Because we know if you treat water on a site like that and collect it and put it through a 3-stage pond, that you won't have odors. You won't have leachate leaving the site. See Don Romancic down there, he knows all of this stuff. And when the first time I met Don, I told him, I said, a drop of water won't leave this site. There's water running off that site today, there's hydrocarbons on the site. That's not going to happen when we get in there because we will drain it all to one spot, put a pond structure in. And handle it properly. And I think if you were to go to the Harvest Quest or the Life Soils website, you'd probably see a little more about what I'm telling you today. I'm trying to compress it as best as possible. That's a $4 million project. Buying the site, building the ponds, building the buildings, and putting the process equipment in. I can assure anybody here, we're not doing that to stink the place up. Right? That would be a foolish thing to do, to move out of those businesses in Florida. If it was going to stink anywhere up, I'd stink it up down there and live here. But we don't do that. I'm not moving here to stink anything up. This is a legitimate operation. I don't know you'd find a settling pond quite like that in Ohio, Don. A 3-stage settling pond on a compost site. You wouldn't find many, maybe a handful. So to lean into the next part is that there's another phase to this, which would be to make an organic granule. The global organic fertilizer business today is somewhere in the region of $8 or $9 billion. It's going to be $30 billion by the end of this decade. If you want to be a player in that market, you've got to put it in a granule in the form that the fertilizer distribution people are used to. That's another $3 or $4 million, and I really hope to get to that second phase of this project, because ultimately that is, I don't want to say a dream, but that is the ultimate goal. But that's another $3 million easily. So to commit all of this capital, if we weren't confident we could operate properly, would be foolish, because you can get shut down quickly if you stink up the neighborhood. And I've seen it happen. And of course, a lot of Harvest Quest customers come to us because they're getting shut down for stinking up the neighborhood. So the other thing to say is that was just a blip last week. I understand something can appear in a paper, and this is all part of the process. I have been through the EPA. I have met with the zoning people at the City of Lorraine. I have met with the stormwater people at the City of Lorraine. It was the EPA gave me a favourable answer several weeks ago. Now I have to come back round to the local departments, engineering, do the public hearings, and I think one of the local councilmen just got a little bit ahead of me and put an article in favour, and I can accept that as part of the whole process. I hope Dave and anybody who's worked, some of the people at the community college and the Go Green Scholarship will also back up the fact that we have been a good corporate citizen in the county. I served on the Team Lorraine County Board years ago. We were a donor to that. We are a donor to the Go Green Scholarship. We've been donors to several other things in relation to the community college. And Dave Blevins will tell you that I am committed to the education of young people in the organics business. It's not only about saving the environment, it's that it is a raging business, the organics industry. The opportunities, I don't want to say they're boundless, but they're everywhere you turn in the organics business today, it's growing. I was explaining to Dave that I bought a little sachet of mycorrhizae fungus last night online for $16. It probably weighs about 3 ounces. That's amazing to me. Compost was worth, maybe $5 a ton 15 years ago. Some of the stuff that was refined into a granule is $2,000 a ton. Right? So, I believe there are raging opportunities for the kids in this county. And I hope that the people at Lorraine Community College would back up that, yes, I've been there, we have put funds into the college before, and I intend to redouble those efforts because the Go Green Scholarship was most of what we wanted to be, but we didn't end up with the 7 to 10-year-old kids that we set out to get. And that's a commitment, regardless of what happens with the facility, that we're going to follow up with in the county. So I've probably gone over my time. It's a lot to compress into a short period of time, especially for somebody like me. And I think that if I'd be prepared to, I see Mark is here from the health department, and obviously the commissioners and anybody wants to ask any questions, I'll be happy to field them.
I appreciate you investing in our county.
Thank you.
I had a couple of questions.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can you just review quickly, again, for us, who you've met with over at the City of Lorraine?
Sure.
Did you say zoning?
Yes, when I went to purchase the property, I did research on the zoning myself, thought it was suitable, went and met Drew over at the city. I met with Hannah at the city first, who directed me to Drew. Can't remember Drew's last name. Checked with Drew. We both read the regulations that day. I brought a copy too. He had them, and it was a permitted use of the property, is how it's referred to.
Okay, so you didn't have to apply to rezone. It's all
It's
set.
yes.
Okay.
And I should, I really should have gone and made sure of the permitting set before I bought the property. That's the one thing I made sure of before I bought the property, was on the zoning side, and understood that there may be challenges there. From there, I went and met Kate Good, the stormwater side. If you're familiar with the compost business and the issues that you have in getting a site, first thing zoning, second thing's water. Second thing's water. I understand that I've got to come to all these forums and meet the mayor, et cetera, but if you can't solve the first two, you don't have a compost site. Kate Good gave me, at the City of Lorraine, gave me great advice and input, and actually referred me, Mark, at that point and said you should contact the health department. I didn't contact the health department at the time because the EPA felt at the time they wanted to lead the charge in bringing it to the health department. And that was a mistake that I made. I should have just let them know. But to be clear, the people I met at the city were Drew in the zoning side and Kate Good on the stormwater side.
So after that, just, because I have kind of city council questions here, did you have to meet with planning? Did anything go to planning commission? So what's your next step?
The process is that you then go to the EPA because you can't, the city or the county, I believe, wouldn't allow a facility without the EPA giving you what they call a registration. I went to the EPA. I am in my possession. I have the Lorraine County City Composting Guidelines and Rules, which Kate Good gave to me last November. In those rules, it's clear that you have to meet with the engineering department, the building department, and have a public hearing. Can't have all of those until you have the approval from the EPA. It was the approval came from the EPA. They asked me then to go back to the health department to have them enter it in EBIS. The EPA have approved the design, but I have to come back through the health department. This is really the natural course, to come back through the health department to come to the engineering department and the planning, and then ultimately to a public hearing, as I understand the rules.
So you're waiting on the EPA now, and then you go to
No,
engineering,
I'm
and then go to
actually,
planning.
last week gave me a little cause for pause, and I thought I need to be very deliberate here, from here forth in how I manage the process. So I feel like to date that we've handled it reasonably well, and that I'm going to take some time now to make sure that I connect, not always in public meetings, that I go and meet the health department, I go and meet the mayor, that I go and at least answer those questions before I go into the public forum. But I think that that's sort of inevitably the process. I've always been very respectful of that, and I was disappointed last week that without notice that the councilman stuck it in the paper, and the paper didn't have the
I don't
journalistic
wanna get-
instincts to call.
Yeah, Sir, I don't want to get in the middle of that. I just wanted to make sure that, what step are you waiting on before you can keep moving with the city of Lorraine?
And
I'm just trying to
myself.
establish
And
where we're
myself.
stuck.
No, I'm waiting on, that last week, after the article hit the paper, everybody from the city contacted. The councilman that put it in the paper contacted the mayor's office, contacted the health department, reached out last week. And it was all, there's a lot going on the business front at the minute. It was all a little much to digest, and I felt that I needed to take a step back and go one step at a time. That's what I'm going to do now, is go visit with the health department. I'll contact the councilman to put the article in the paper, have a meeting with them, and I'll go have a meeting with the mayor's office to find out what else they want me to do before we go to a public meeting.
So there's nothing you're waiting on then to get to that?
Just, I just need the confidence of coming out of here today knowing I have the support of the commissioners.
I think it sounds like a worthy project. I know we've been hearing about it at Mr. Blevins' solid waste meeting since August. So I appreciate you coming in and filling us in on what's going on.
Do I have your support?
You have mine.
Thank you.
I was just trying to figure out where we were at and
I-
what
you
the
know,
holdup was.
There's a lot to it, Commissioner, and I probably have taken a few missteps in the communication, but I will say this. It's 4 or 5 years we had to get the project going, met Director Blevins not that long ago. The support that I've received from Dawn and the county, the community development people, Kate Good at the city, Drew at the city, the attitude of everybody has been exemplary. So I don't feel that if with your support, that there's not a lot can stop us, and I'll get a hold of the health department and the mayor and get the ball
Yeah,
rolling.
and I honestly believe you didn't take any missteps. Unfortunately, politics sometimes gets in because some people need headlines. I think you're you're a great community, what'd you say earlier? You were just.
Good corporate citizen.
Yeah,
I hope
yeah,
we are.
corporate citizen, but you've been here, you didn't just show up. You've been here. You know the opportunities here, and you're providing us with an opportunity. You're not here asking for money. You're telling us that you're using your money, you're creating jobs, you're trying to convince the college to create studies that can qualify into your fields, and we do have the type of people here that will want to work for you. I mean, I just love the fact that you're here to share with us what's going on. And unfortunately, in Lorraine County, politics sometimes like headlines, and I don't think it has anything to do with you. I really believe that, sir. I believe everything you're doing. I'm glad you came in to share with us, to clear the air if there is any issues. I'm glad to hear that as a private individual, you're going to speak with everybody, but I don't think you've made any missteps, so.
Well, I appreciate that. I appreciate the support. I think I definitely would have done and communicated a little more broadly earlier, Mark. I'm going to keep looking at you at the health department, who play a more critical role in this than maybe I realised at the start. So
I think you're doing fine, sir. I
but-
really do.
Yeah.
thank you for your support.
Yeah, and I appreciate it. I know when the article hit, we had some phone calls here in my office, and my assistant John was getting with Mr. Blevins, and I said, I was going to these meetings. I remember hearing about this, and I remember talking about this. So, yeah, I appreciate you coming in and filling in the public on what's
thank you.
going on with this.
And if you're in the compost business and you took an article in the paper too personally, you would be out of the compost business. So we're used to it. It was a little frustrating, but I think I look forward to meeting the councilman, actually, and walking through it. So I appreciate your time.
Yeah, just want to thank you for your presentation. You know, I will tell you candidly that we made sure Director Blevins checked you out and did a lot of research, so he's a smooth investigator back there too, so don't be fooled by the smile. But we checked you out just to make sure, being a good community citizen, and I know you've been involved in business as well. You said in Avon earlier, and everything checked out. I also did want to point out, my colleague here is a graduate of that school up north, University of Michigan, and your technology partner here is the Ohio State University. They're bitter rivals,
You
so
didn't
if
miss
he
that
supports you, you know, he's checked you out too. And
Oh, but
must
he's
be-
of Irish heritage. so
Oh,
we're
of Irish
good.
heritage, okay. Well, I guess we can all go along with that one, right?
Oh, yeah.
So,
Yes, and there's a lot to be done on the education side, and we'll try to start with the college. But yes, we've worked with Ohio State in the past, and so I'll permit you to rub that in.
Oh, no. No
And I'll
rubbing
ru-
in.
I will too.
I root for Ohio State every day but one.
Well, thanks again for giving me the time this morning, and we'll keep you posted
Okay.
through Director Blevins. Like I say, that has given me a lot of confidence. The guys have been very active, and to the Port Authority. This time around, we were able to put a deal together, so that was good too. That happened quickly, so I appreciate all of that.
Yeah, and I think too, if people are truly interested, the solid waste meetings, they can go online on our website and find out when they are, and come on and join us.
And hopefully we can do, site tours and things like that for the kids. That my kids are interested in this. That's another reason I can't have a site that stinks. My kids are very into this sort of stuff, and and the school kids love to come to the sites because the machinery's cool. Big machines and stuff like that. So I'm committed to doing that, and hopefully we'll come back at sometime in the future.
yeah, great. Yeah.
I would just like to add that if anybody's watching on YouTube or anybody in the audience would like to Google Harvest Quest or Life Soils, there are some fantastic videos that show the process of how they go about making the organics, how they encapsulate it, and some of their uses. They've moved in parts of Florida from using synthetic fertilizer to totally organic. So it really is something, could really start being one of the saviors of the Great Lakes when an organic fertilizer is 80% absorbable when a synthetic is 26. So I think starting today in Lorraine County could be something that could be wagging the dog in the future. 30 years from now, the organics facility and recycling is going to be completely different, and it'll be something that everybody will be doing. So I will tell you that I have reached out to the mayor and the councilman last week after the article and told them what the process was, sent them some videos and whatnot, and I think everybody was happy with it. Our next move will be to go and speak to City Council in Lorraine and the engineer's office in Lorraine. So,
Okay.
thank you.
Sounds
Thank
good.
you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for coming in.
Up next, Madam Clerk, we have public hearing.
We have a public hearing on the CDBG CVPY 21 with Neighborhood House and Ian Berry.
We're starting the public hearing a little late. Apologize for that. Okay, Ian. And we also have Alicia Foss with Neighborhood Alliance and Clark and Post. Got the whole team here.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
Good morning.
So I'm probably just going to hand this off to Alicia Foss. She's a much bigger expert on this particular project than I am, but she's just going to give you an update to the hearing that we had back in October, resolution number 21-648. So without further ado, hand it over to you.
Okay. I think the presentation will come up, maybe. If it doesn't, you have it in front of you, so you guys can take a look at this as we go through it. But thank you so much for having us here today to talk more about our target of opportunity proposal that we're going to be submitting. We have gone through all the paperwork and gotten everything with the application done. So today, we're just sharing with you an update of where we're at and what our next steps are. Neighborhood Alliance, as you know, is on a mission to help communities grow stronger. And our first project, which is our kitchen build, will break ground in just a couple weeks here, so we're moving forward on that. This is sort of the next step for us to move into rebuilding our homeless services, the Haven Center, our homeless shelter. So that's what this project is all about. The Haven Center is currently a 68-bed emergency homeless shelter in Lorraine. And we are looking at building an expansion of this program to accommodate the number of homeless individuals that we see in the county. Neighborhood Alliance's Haven Center is the only 365-day-a-year, 24-hour emergency shelter for men, women, and families. And so you can imagine that gets a little bit crowded at times. Thank you.
There you go.
There we are. So the pandemic really highlighted the need for more space for the homeless shelter and for the people that we're serving. And we're hoping that we can build an addition on the shelter with this funding if it's approved, so that our shelter space is better able to accommodate things like pandemics that do come along. This project is qualified under the low to moderate income limited clientele national objective, so that's how it qualifies for this particular bucket of funding. All right, now I got the hang of it. All right, so we noticed at the beginning of the pandemic that the Haven Center lacked quarantine rooms for ill residents. And so we had to do some reconfiguration early on to make space for people who needed to be quarantined, which meant losing our ability to shelter some of the homeless families in the community. Our room capacity in our single individual rooms are 7 per room, which is a little bit challenging when you're dealing with contagious diseases. The poor ventilation in the facility, right now it has mini split units in each individual bedroom, which doesn't allow for enough airflow from fresh air from the outside to really help ventilate it and make sure that the air quality is good. So we look to fix that with this project. Last winter, we sheltered 110 people during the winter time with a 68-bed facility. That gets a little bit difficult. We were at 50% capacity for quite a while because of COVID and had to use hotel shelter space in order to accommodate that overflow, as well as warming centers, which we did set up 2 last winter and 2 this winter as well. So we're using extra spaces already, and of course, those extra spaces come with a lot of funding that has to go into it to make sure we can accommodate everyone. Lori's going to share just a little bit of information about the Homeless System Strategic Plan for Lorraine County.
Good morning. Lori Major with Neighborhood Alliance. There was a group of 35 individuals who came together last year, February to June, and talked about the state of homelessness in the county. And what came about through that is the Homeless System Strategic Plan for the county. And I'm just going to kind of go through some of the high points with that. It's a I don't know, maybe a 10-page document. If you're interested, we can email that to you if you haven't seen that yet. But some of the things that came about in those discussions were they found that now is a critical time to make a difference in the homeless situation in the county. One of the reasons for this, aside from what we have found, that came about because of the pandemic, is that our unsheltered population in this county is higher than the state average. It's higher than the federal or the national average. And then also, again, we know, Alicia alluded to this, that COVID did bring challenges into the county in sheltering those who needed shelter. Also, through this group of people that got together, they did a survey of the 29 individuals that were homeless at that point or had experienced homelessness, and what they found, the top 3 reasons for being homeless were violence at home, mental health challenges, and job loss due to COVID. And again, I think we hear that as a national issue, that those are national issues that we are facing. They were issues before the pandemic, but they were exacerbated during the pandemic. Goes on with a couple other points: working but can't afford housing, too little to work, family members needing care, and then just random other things that people might have mentioned. This particular slide, I know it's a little bit difficult to read, but it does show the numbers that the strategic plan came up with, and I will just share those with you real quickly. So what we do know when we look at this is that the number of individuals served in the homeless system in Lorraine County significantly increased since 2017. If you look at the graph that's there, I'm even going to have to pull my notes because it's hard to read off of that. Those that were sheltered in 2017, that number was 311. Transitionally housed was 95 in 2017. And the unsheltered at that point, we knew were 115. With 2019, the committee looked at the numbers and they came up with 534 sheltered individuals. Transitionally housed remained the same at 95. But the unsheltered number rose to 235. 2018 data was not available. I'm not exactly sure why. I know there were some problems with the data, so they chose not to throw that out. 2020 would have been impacted by COVID. What I can say, just as a point of reference for you all, the numbers that we had at Haven to share, in 2017, we housed 381 individuals. Let me back up. These numbers on the screen are countywide, and I'm just going to tell you a little bit about what we have seen at Haven. In 2017, we had 381 individuals that needed shelter at our at the Haven Center. In 2020, that number jumped to 434. At that point, we started tracking children and families, and I can tell you in 2020, we had 93 children at Haven, a part of 44 families. In 2021, we saw the same number of individuals, about 336, and again, the reason for that is that the beds that were available during COVID were reduced in terms of, you know, I know specifically at Haven Center, we had to reduce those beds, and people were moved out into alternative shelter. But the telling thing that happened in 2021 was that we housed 127 children who were part of 55 families, and we have started to track the number of infants. We had 12 infants who we had to shelter last year. So again, the last 2 years have been marked by the challenges of public health and economic crisis. The point on here, Lorraine's unsheltered population is 19%, compared to 10% nationally and 15% in Ohio. So again, we do know that we have a larger percentage here. One of the major issues that came out of this study that we want to address is the capacity for family shelter. The committee has recommended that we have improved access to shelter, bed counts increases across the county if we can, shelter units for married couples without children, and very important to us at Haven are the additional family shelter units for families with children. So we do know that homelessness is traumatic. 65% of those surveyed had actually slept outside prior to seeking shelter. So I want to then invite Ron to come up.
If you have any questions for him, I'll look for the slides here.
Yep.
Okay, so we did include in our presentation a picture of what the shelter will look like should we be able to move forward with adding the addition. You can see in the drawing, the blue section is the new addition that we're wanting to put on the shelter, and that will increase the bed count significantly. The next slide shows what the layout would be, so going from 7 people in a room to 2. And also changing from having our family rooms can take 4 people now, but if you have a larger family that has more than 4 people, they either have to go into 2 separate rooms or we have to take an individual room and put them in there. So these rooms will now adjoin so that if we have a larger family, we can open that up for them so that we can have up to 8 people in one room and they'll have access to the other room through the doorway. In addition to that, we had about 30 people sharing one bathroom. So we had a male bathroom and a female bathroom, sort of locker room style setup, and that's not very helpful for containing infectious disease, not just COVID, but even other things that come through the shelter, like head lice and those kinds of things. So we wanted to make sure that we put in additional restrooms to give people a little bit of privacy, and also to help limit how many people were sharing restroom facilities. So each of these rooms does have its own bathroom, so that they're able to, you know, have some privacy and have a shower facility that is unique to them and their roommate or their family. This will increase our number of beds available from 68 to 88, so this is an additional 20 beds that'll be able to be put into the shelter. The other great thing about this project is our building, if you saw a couple of the pictures of it earlier in the slide deck, is in a little bit of disrepair. So we're going to be working on fixing the building and just making this something that looks nice in the community and in that section of Lorraine. So we're adding a courtyard in the middle. That's some place that we're going to put in a playground for the kids so that they have playground equipment and can get outside and enjoy the fresh air in a safe environment and without having to go through security, which is the case now. So there are some pictures here of what we anticipate this facility will look like when we're finished. So for the addition itself, the projected construction costs are $2.3 million. Our request for the target of opportunity is 2.4 and a little more, $2,405,000. That includes some administrative fees that would be, the counties to access for helping us administer this particular bucket of money. Okay. Mark's going to talk to you about finances.
Good morning,
Good morning.
and thank you for your attention and for letting us speak today. And when I say thank you, that's a sincere expression of gratitude to the commissioners here, just not a greeting or a platitude, because what's important, what drives that expression of gratitude is, society always has an opportunity to make a choice on whether they want to help people in their communities who really need the help. And the one thing that Lorraine County has shown consistently is just the willingness to make the investment and to spend the dollars to improve the lives of those in our communities who need that. And that's really what our project is all about, is building a new space in order to improve the quality of life and to ensure some dignity for the people who come to us for help. As Alicia talked about, there's some simple things that we take for granted, like bathrooms and just open spaces that aren't available to the people who need help that come to us. And this project really has a human element. Even though I'm going to talk about dollars and statistics and things like that, at the end of the day, there's a very real human element in all this. When I said that the community makes an investment in helping those who need help, the first bullet point you can see, because of COVID and the way the shelter was configured, we had to ultimately put all of the guests who came to us in motels. That ultimately, since March 2020, cost $600,000, which was almost all funded by a combination of federal, state, and local public funding. That $600,000, when you do the math, represents about a 25% of this total project cost of $2.4 million. The big thing to take away from that is the $600,000 that was spent was on a temporary solution. What we're talking about now is a permanent solution, where these dollars can be redirected to providing more client services, direct client support, and ultimately the savings from, if we had this facility back during the pandemic, we would have been able to reduce our motel costs by about 20%, which equates to about $120,000, like I said, which could have been redirected towards more supportive services for the people who needed help regardless. We also would have been able to bring in about 28% more clients, would have been able to stay in the shelter just because of the configuration instead of being in a motel. What makes that very important is that, going back to the human element, there is, when you're sheltered at an alternative site in a motel primarily, there's that sense of isolation that creeps in for somebody who's in that situation. To a person who is already in a sense of isolation, it's just heightened, whereas with this facility, if we had this, we could have built in a greater sense of community. So the money that we saved could have been just redirected towards those kinds of purposes. Ultimately, with this new facility, we would be able to reduce our facility costs by anywhere from our per person facility costs anywhere from 15 to 20%. What that would equate to, those savings, we would have the ability then to, for instance, hire up to 2 case managers who would now be able to work directly with our guests on a daily basis. Once again, at the human element, to improve the quality of life, to ensure the dignity, and also to work mainly towards bringing permanent solutions that were once treated with temporary solutions. So we thank you very much for your time, and we'll be next.
All right. I think Mark probably touched enough on the social impact of what we're going to be doing with this proposed renovation. Our timeline, we're ready to submit the target of opportunity application. Everything has been uploaded to the state's website. So this is the final step for us to be able to submit that. So we're looking forward to moving forward with that. So in the spring, which is now, we're looking forward to summer, hopefully approval of funding and preparing the final plans for this project. And by fall, selecting contractors and breaking ground on the renovations. So the target of opportunity request, this is phase 1 of the project that we're talking about today. Phase 1 is $2.4 million. The target of opportunity request is $1,155,000, which leaves us to have leveraged funds of $1,250,000 for this portion of the project. Once this portion is complete, we'll look at phase 2 and phase 3 down the road, but this is the part that's the most important to get started. So we are working on the leveraged funds right now and trying to secure additional dollars to go toward this project. We've been working very closely with the city of Lorraine. The mayor is on board with what we're trying to do. We've spoken with him directly. We've spoken with his team. And we feel very confident that this will give us the ability to take care of the community and the homeless that we see on a daily basis in a better way. So we're working on moving this forward, and we appreciate you taking the time to listen to our presentation and your help on this and your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? And I know it's, as we, we're seeing rent rates go up in this country, which is pretty alarming. And even just housing availability, even to be able to rent. So I'm sure that's just going to add to the problems as well too, because if somebody's able to get employment and be working, it's a lot more expensive to rent these days.
Yes. Yeah, we're hoping that we can get this built before some of that fallout happens, so that we're ready when people need to come to us for shelter.
Now, you got, when you, in your presentation, you say Lorraine's unsheltered population. Are you talking Lorraine County?
Lorraine County, correct.
And
Yeah, we serve all
definition of
Lorraine County.
unsheltered?
So there's the HUD definition and there's our definition. So if someone is without housing, they can access shelter in the county. Sometimes people are couch surfing, they get kicked out from, whatever family member's letting them stay. They would be able to be sheltered. Of course, all of the homeless, the access point is coordinated entry, so it all has to roll through Catholic Charities and coordinated entry, and then they would, request that someone come and stay with us.
Okay. I just find the number of 19% of our population, that's 60,000 people. I find that kind of hard to believe. How they come up with 60,000 people, I don't see that. I see homelessness as an issue, and I see 20 beds, and you're telling me there's 60,000 people. So I'm a numbers guy, as you guys. I'm trying to get a handle about that number, because I'm like,
Gotcha.
That sounds way high. And Lorraine is, if you're saying that we as a county are one of the highest in the country, so now I'm wondering, are the numbers correct? Are we really higher than the rest of the? I don't know. That's why I was asking.
That's a good question.
There's nothing negative on you.
No,
I'm just
no,
asking,
not at all.
That's just a scary number if we have that many.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah, and I think we probably can give you some more background information on where that number came from. So we'll get that over to you so you can see where we're pulling that from.
Because that's just a scary number. If that's
Yeah, it is. It's a lot
Yeah.
of people. Okay. So, okay. Gotcha. So this is Stacy Slack. She
Hi,
is,
Stacy. Wondered who you were.
she's the coordinator of the Continuum of Care for Lorraine County.
Okay.
So she was just saying it comes from our annual PIT count, which is our point-in-time count, where our team, the PATH program, goes out into the community with volunteers and counts the people who are unsheltered. So they literally go out in the middle of the night and find where people are sleeping and count them every year. So that's where that number is coming from. So I think it's an annual, I'm going to guess annualized number.
Okay.
That's my guess, because I know that's not how many they found when they were outside.
Thank you. That's a,
Yeah.
They can't even do this the census for the country correctly. So I just thought that was a scary number. That's
Yeah.
all. And I just wondered how you guys calculated it. And so thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions?
Just wondering if Mr. Coco there, he didn't want to answer any questions, I'm sure, today, but just all these projects, any projects that are coming up right now in our county, we're always concerned about, you know, if we're going to see accelerated costs because of supply chain issues, because of inflationary factors. So I guess you work these
Well-
all into consideration as best as possible.
I'm sure you're all familiar, it's a very volatile time right now that we're working in. Material supplies are challenging at best, but I'm hopeful that by the end of the year, we'll start to see this thing sort of calm down. But it is a difficult period right now to predict what these numbers are going to be. But for the projects that we've been working on of late, it seems like there's been a little bit of a leveling off, but we're still not, we're at a point where I've got total confidence. Things can change, you know, like a war. That makes difficulties predicting things. So it's just trying to make it the best opportunities you can and get this out in front, try to get competitive bidding. There's still a lot of work out there, but there's also still a lot of people looking for work. So as long as the market is competitive, I think that's an advantage for Neighborhood Alliance. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron. Okay,
If I may,
sure.
Ms. Foss, we had a very nice meeting last fall. It was either late summer or in the early fall.
Yes.
Came over to you, and you had gone over this project with me, and you know, I know sometimes as, you know, individuals and people out there, you know, we're just doing our day-to-day life, and we don't look around and actually notice things, and notice people's cars in a parking lot, and that people are living out of their cars. And you made, you know, the good point too about the couch surfing. People, you know, that's what's going on, and I support you in in what you guys do to, you know, help these folks, get them a warm bed, you know, have a place to go, and I understand what Dave's saying. You can't get 60,000 people in 20 beds. I mean,
No,
I
we
get
cannot.
that, but you know, it's certainly eye-opening if you just look around and you'll see it. You know, that's what's happening. People are living out of their car. They've lost their job. They're living out of their cars. So we really appreciate the good work that you do there, and I'm very supportive. You know, I love you guys.
Thank you.
So, I love you. And you're always so good with your explanations and you know, the backup and the documentation and plans and everything. So we really appreciate that.
Thank you very much.
And I think the part here that is a sad reality is the violence in the household, as you pointed out, contributing to people needing to get out of that volatile environment.
Yeah. And that's where we see a lot of the families, you know. We, of course, have a domestic violence shelter here in Lorraine County, but we do take their overflow if they're full. So we do see a lot of people coming to us out of those situations and want to be able to best support them.
Okay, yeah. You know, the sad part is it's always the kids that are greatly impacted by the whole thing, right? The adults can have a tough time managing it, but the kids go through all that life experience trauma.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other questions? No? Okay. Ian, any closing thoughts here before we close the public hearing?
I think they covered everything that we needed to cover.
Okay.
You do have to ask if there's any public comment before you.
And at this point, I guess we'll ask if there's any public comment, since this is a public hearing. If you'll come forward, please,
Right.
and state your name and address for the record, please.
Teresa, are you making a motion to close the public hearing?
Not until this is done. Yes.
My name is Stacy Slack, and I do live in the city of Lorraine, 1912 South Nantucket Drive, 44053. I always have to think of that because I'm so used to Elyria, and it's vice versa. I just wanted to extend my own research that I've done. I'm the Lorraine County Continuum of Care Coordinator, which is a new position. I'm housed in United Way. We have had the continuum of care itself for several years, and what that is a bunch of different agencies that come together to work as a unit for homelessness and making sure that we're not competing for the same funds, wasting dollars, getting access to the clients, making sure that the clients know about the services, but also the agencies know about the services that are available to them. I'm very excited that they're wanting to do the project with children, because one of the largest issues that we have is parents have to decide. There's only a few units available for them. They have to either separate from their children, or they might choose to stay in a vehicle because they don't have any other resource. In addition to like building out this building, it would reduce issues that are in school, getting the children to school, making sure that that need is taken care of, that transportation piece as well. Like we used to have Family Promise, and every week the families would be in a different city, and then we would have to figure out how to get them back and forth to school. Also, another thing that it really does is it streamlines the process for them to get housed. They're able to have case management. They're able to have individual service plans and goals for the family to tackle the barriers that they do have. And it'll reduce the length of stay that they're actually in the shelter by doing so. So I wholeheartedly support this project, and so does the continuum of care. I believe I sent an invite to the majority of you. I don't know if I captured everyone to join our monthly meetings to see what goes on in the community. But I can send that out again to anybody in the room as well that wants to see what's going on in our community. Do you have any questions for me as the CRC?
Question?
Thank you for coming by. It's nice to meet you and see you, and we've been getting your emails, so we appreciate you being so proactive in reaching out to us.
You're welcome. All right,
Thank you.
thanks.
Any others wishing to provide any public comment for this public hearing?
In regards to your phases and your, I hate to jump back on
That's
this.
okay.
Okay. Where's the funding coming from? Where's most of it coming from? You guys have partnerships, and you talked to Lorraine, and I just wondered where.
Yeah, so the target of opportunity, we actually can apply for funding for each phase if the funding is still available. So this is the step one to get this phase funded. We
Through
have
the state? Is that? Or through
Yes,
the feds?
correct.
Okay.
Yeah, through the state. And then with the city of Lorraine, they have already gone to public hearing on their home ARP, which is a little over $1.4 million that could potentially be applied to this project. We, of course, will have to go through the process of, bidding for that and getting that approved, but they've already slated it for non-congregate shelter renovations. So it looks very positive in our favor that would be something we would be eligible for. So there's that portion of it as well. The later phases, we do anticipate that we'll have to do some additional fundraising, probably with individuals in the community, and I hate to say the word capital campaign, but that's probably down the road for us as well. So we'll be working toward that. Of course, we have our other renovation project that we're working on in Elyria, and so we're working on a lot of different areas to try to receive funding so that we can limit the amount of capital campaigning we have to do. So we're exploring all
So is
kinds
this
of
through the
options.
capital project down at the state? Because isn't it, someone who sat there, the 31st is the last day,
capital
I believe.
budget.
Have you guys applied for any funding through that?
Yes, we have.
Okay, good.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep, we're
See,
on
I
it.
count on you guys. I know you guys got this covered, man.
We are looking at every opportunity available, believe me. Yeah,
Okay.
we're hoping we can, obtain some additional funding before we go into any kind of local campaign.
As I told you beforehand, you guys are good,
Thank you. We appreciate that. All right.
Any other questions? No problem. Okay, seeing no more public comment as well, too. At this time, I'd make the motion to close the public hearing.
Second, third.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Mr. Moore.
Aye.
Oh.
Whatever. Go ahead, give it to Michelle.
Commissioner Hung,
Yes.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
We are
There we go. We're
closed.
officially closed. Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming in today.
More than welcome to return to your offices. If you got things to do, I'm sure you do. Don't feel like you're, yeah, exactly. Thank you for all that you're doing.
Thank you.
And we'll continue with the meeting at this time.
That's
We'll
why
move-
we came here, right?
That's right. So move on to resolutions.
Number 1, investments,
So move.
Second.
discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Hung.
Yes.
Number 2, appropriations,
So moved.
Second.
discussion. Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung.
Yes.
Number 3, transfers,
So move.
Second.
discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung.
Yes.
Number 4, advances, repayments,
So move.
Second.
discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung.
Yes.
Number 5, requisitions,
So move.
Second.
discussion.
Just like to note, I'm a no on 811.
Anything
Any-
further?
Nope.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung,
Yes.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Number 6, travel,
So move.
Second.
discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung.
Yes.
Number 7, bills,
So move.
Second.
discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung.
Yes.
Number 8, authorize various personnel actions as indicated on the summary sheet for employees within jurisdiction of Lorraine County Board of Commissioners. At the conclusion of today's board meeting, the commissioners may recess an executive session to discuss personnel, new hires, board appointments. Number 9, approve and waive the reading of the commissioners' meeting minutes of March 15th and 22nd, 2022.
So moved.
Blech.
Second.
Discussion. Commissioner Moore,
Aye.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung.
Yes.
Number 10, receive and journalize a municipal corporation annexation petition of approximately 28.0124 acres from Grafton Township to the Village of Grafton by Mayor David DeFenzo, agent for the petitioners, Village of Grafton. Said decision will be placed on the Commissioners' agenda on April 20th, which is the 27th day.
So move.
Second.
Discussion.
I just wondered if legal wanted to kind of give an overview of this.
This is, yes, this is the first step in what appears to be a wholly contiguous, wholly municipal-owned annexation that, and I'm sure we'll discuss this further as we go along, but this is exactly like the one that was just before the commission or the board with the city of Oberlin, where the statute, the relevant revised code statute says that if in fact it is wholly owned by the municipality and if in fact it is contiguous, then the board shall approve the annexation. So I think the clerk can correct me if I'm wrong, but from this stage, the engineer now will look at it and make sure that it's municipally owned
Correct.
and contiguous, at which point it will come back to you, and as we have discussed in the past, Commissioner, the legislature has seen fit to grant you no discretion in it, should those two things be found to be accurate. So, if only we knew someone who was a legislature who could fix that for us.
Yeah, geez, we only knew somebody, but, yeah, I didn't know they were doing our job, but not surprised. Any other discussion?
Commissioner Lundy,
I'll vote to support to receive, but under protest.
Commissioner Hung,
Yes.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye. Sorry, Dan was about to.
Don't do that to me. This is not the time
I'm
to do that
thinking,
to
what am
me.
I gonna do here?
Paul Harvey
I didn't,
moment there.
no, I was gonna,
Paul Harvey
I
moment.
decided I'll just wait until it comes back up on the 20th, so.
Okay,
We're allowing to receive and journalize, correct?
correct.
There you go.
This puts me out to, on the 20th.
I can silently protest, right?
Whatever you'd like to do, Commissioner.
I don't think that you can silently do anything.
Wow. Okay.
All right, and number 11,
Better move on.
receive and journalize a petition request filed by the Village of Grafton Law Director Gretchen Holderman to confirm boundaries of said annexations of 0.6563 acres for Mean Township, which was Amini owned, 94.5349 acres from Carlisle Township was expedited one, and 27.4297 acres from Eaton Township, which was irregular with the present corporation limits of the Village of Grafton, Ohio, and advertise and hold hearing on May 17th at 9:30.
So move.
Second?
Discussion.
Do you want to explain this one as well, too? I mean, this is just basically confirming
Yeah, I'm
boundaries,
just
right?
pulling up, I was pulling
Yeah.
up Teresa's email. This is, if you remember, we went through this previously. This is an issue with, where the township had sought review by the Supreme Court, which is a permissive review, and at the same time, the township had asked the Court of Appeals to stay their previous ruling. When this came up before the board the last time, both of those things were pending. At this point, the Supreme Court has declined to take jurisdiction. Counsel for the township has withdrawn his request for a stay. The legal process on this annexation is over. And this, number 11, is basically the final step in that it allows the decision on the annexation to be journalized on the property record. So at my suggestion, we stayed on this a month or so ago because there was still the chance that the Supreme Court might want to revisit this issue, but they have chosen not to, not unsurprisingly, and there is no further legal mechanism that needs to be pursued in this matter. Does that help, or does that make it more complicated?
So we're basically receiving today, and this is confirmation of boundaries.
Correct. This is not a decision on the annexation. That was made several years ago.
Right. Okay.
Now, in this case, in this particular one, quite a number of years ago. Madam Clerk may remember when, but it was a while ago. It's been
2017,
yeah, it was
2019.
2000. Yeah, it was so, and it went from here to the Common Pleas Court, from the Common Pleas Court to the Court of Appeals, and then there was an attempt to see if the Supreme Court would come in and take a look at it, and they chose not to. So this is the end of the process that started then, and that's right.
Not the complete end, because we receive and journalize today, but then because of the new law that went in effect last year, I have to advertise and we have to hold a hearing on it, even though we approved everything, but that's the next final step.
So it's the penultimate step.
Yes.
But there's no decisions you're being asked to make on the annexation. It's improper.
Not on the annexation, it's
Correct.
just on the confirmed
On
boundaries.
on the boundaries themselves.
Yep.
Any other discussion? No?
Commissioner Lundy,
I also support to receive under protest.
Commissioner Hung,
Yes.
Commissioner Moore.
Yes.
Number 12, under Children and Families First Council, approve and enter into contract with Highlands Teen Pregnancy Center in the amount of $20,910 for the purchase and delivery of services for the Ohio Family and Children First for youth funding for residential services effective March 21st, 2022 through June 30th, 2022, and pay from the contract services account.
So move.
Second?
Discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung,
Yes.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Number 13, approve and enter a professional services agreement with Madison Sheets for the delivery of caregiver services for the Ohio Family and Children First, effective retroactive from March 15, 2022 through June 1st, 2022. Will be paid $25 per hour for up to 5 hours a day and no more than 5 days a week, and will be paid from the contractual purchase professional services account.
So move.
Second?
Discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung,
Yes.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Under Job and Family, number 14, authorized purchase service agreement with Goodwill Industries of Lorraine County, Elyria, Ohio, in the amount of $128,449.90 for work experience for SNAP ENT and OWF recipients residing in Lorraine County, effective April 1st, 2022 through September 30th, 2022, and will be paid from the account SNAP and OWF.
So move.
Second?
Discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung,
Yes.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Number 15, approve and enter into 4D purchase service contract with CSEA, Prosecutor and Domestic Relations Court, Juvenile Division, effective retroactive to January 1st, 2022 through December 31st, 2022, and will be paid as follows from contract purchases services account, and authorized director to execute on behalf of the Board of Prosecutors' approval as to form. Prosecutor's office total is $1,956.42. Domestic Relations Magistrate total, $529,553.83. And Domestic Relations Juvenile total is $360,916.15.
So move.
Second?
Discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Number 16, amend Resolution 21-622, adopted October 6, 2021, authorizing Lorraine County Children and Families Council to provide protective services to adults using Title 20 Social Service Block Grants for fiscal year 22. Amendment is to reflect a rate change of $38.92 per hour, total contract amount of $118,914.55 to be paid from Title 20 account.
So move.
Second?
Discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Under Stormwater Management District Number 17, authorize the electronic submission of the Stormwater Management Plan to the Ohio EPA as required by the National Pollution Discharge Elimination System permit on behalf of itself and its co-permittees by March 31st.
So move.
Second.
Discussion.
Don, do you have anything you want to say on that?
If you so desire, I'll be happy to say a couple.
Real brief, if you would, please. We're running a little bit behind this morning.
I think he says okay.
Thank you, Board, and good morning. The Stormwater Management Plan is something that we put together every 5 years. It's a requirement for our National Pollution Discharge Elimination System permit, affectionately known as NPDES. In this 5-year permit cycle, a couple of changes have come through that are somewhat significant. The primary one is the increased impact of the total maximum daily load report into the permit language that we have to comply with. The total maximum daily load report for the Black River targeted a couple of pollutants of concern, those being basically your nutrients and your suspended solids or sediment that's in the water. And so we had to make sure that what we are doing in our public information, education, outreach, in our erosion and sediment control, post-construction, and good housekeeping, which are subsections of the permit, that what we're doing is that we're taking a look at what is going on and how does that impact the TMDL? How are we actually keeping sediment out of the water? How are we letting people know how to take those actions on their own? So far, it's all qualitative. So we're showing people how to do it, but we're not required to take measurements of what's going on in the river and show a quantitative or a numerical improvement. Hopefully, we will stay along that line and not be treated more like a wastewater treatment plant in the future, where we're actually having to take water samples and then adjust to improve. Just all of our points of pollution are pretty much non-point. We get it from the ground and we'll collect it and give it a point to go into the waterway. So at the end of the day, that is really what it is. It's 845 pages. 840 pages of it you've seen before, and probably 5 pages worth of changes, and those all relate primarily to how are we going to better protect our water resources. Any questions?
No, we're good. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
See you in 5 years, hopefully.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, hopefully.
Anything else? Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
At this point, I'd like to ask if we could just stand at ease, take a brief break.
Brief
The meeting's
recess.
running a little long.
Stand at ease. Yes, sir.
Russell?
Okay. Okay.
Russell?
Stand
I
at
know,
ease,
I
wrong
like-
one.
Russell, we're taking
Yes.
a recess.
Recess.
It's a
And we are resuming our board meeting this morning with item number 18.
All right, under Children's Services, authorize and rescind various personnel utilizing agency's MasterCard for the year 2022, not to exceed 2,500 in accordance with the ORC and their permissible policy.
So move.
Second?
Discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung,
Yes.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Under the engineer, number 19, advertise bids for the off-road ditch maintenance services in Lorraine County. Notice be in the Journal on April 4th, 2022, and April 11th, 2022, and open at 2 p.m. on April 21st, 2022. Estimated construction is $85,000.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion. Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung.
Yes.
Number 20, award and enter into contract with N&N Construction Company, Inc. in the amount of $97,742 for the Dunham Road, Township 6, culvert number 0101 replacement project. 8 bids were opened on March 10th, this being the most responsive complying with specifications. Work consists of the removal and replacement of the existing structure with new 8x4 four-sided precast concrete bulk box culvert, issued to notice to proceed on or about May 15th and complete on or before September 15th. Authorize county administrator to notify the auditor to release retainage at completion of project, and this will be paid from the Bridge Engineer Stormwater District account. Stormwater will reimburse 51% of the project cost up to $65,000.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion. Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung.
Yes.
Number 21, authorize a 25% freeze-thaw load limit reduction on Biggs Road from State Route 301 to Indian Hollow Road in LaGrange Township. Thaw and moisture period is in accordance with the ORC 5577.07, effective February 1st, 2022 through May 1st, 2022.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion. Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung.
Yes.
This is the public comment section of the meeting. Didn't see any forms
I
here
don't have
for
any.
public comment. None. So we will move on to the county administrator, J.R. White.
He's not in
And
yet.
he has had to step out of the room. So we'll move on next to the man who's always got plenty of things on his plate, the Assistant County Prosecutor, Dan Petticourt.
Thank you. I have no report today, but I would ask that if the board decides to go into executive session, that we go in for not only personnel matters, but also to discuss the purchase or sale of public property. And also there's one piece of litigation that I would like to update the board on. But that's it for my report.
Okay. Mr. Administrator, you were out of the room when we called on you. Do you have a report this morning?
In the interest of time, since we're behind, I'll wait.
You'll defer till next week. Okay, thank you, sir. Commissioners' reports. Commissioner Moore.
Yeah, during the break, I guess we had a little basic math 101 here. So I'd like to compliment Mike Fitzpatrick from the Journal for coming up and having a discussion on homelessness. When we were talking about 20% of the population, it was 20% of the unsheltered. So then we had to debate about, 60,000 people, and you heard me earlier. But it seems like it's basically, we think that the number, and hopefully the Alliance will get back to us, but it's 19% of those that are homeless that are not sheltered, because a lot of homeless people are in shelters. So, right, Mike, you think that's kind of what we did with the math in here? So sometimes it's kind of amazing. We can learn from a reporter sometimes. Thanks, Mike, for helping out today.
Anything else?
Yeah,
No?
that's fine.
Commissioner Hung?
I have no report today.
Okay. I'll just try to keep it brief. First, I'd like to send out our prayers from the board here to trustee Rick Hutman with Elyria Township. He lost his father this past week. His father was Donald Hutman, I know, very active in the VFW, St. Agnes Church. And so we just want to send out our prayers and sympathies to trustee Hutman and his family. Had the opportunity to attend the State of Wellington address. That was last week, and Mayor Schneider gave an update on the progress being made there in Wellington. Also, the school superintendent, Edward Weber, gave an update on the schools, and both of those individuals very passionate about improving the lives of those in the community and the lives of the children in the schools. Great job by them. We have launched the LC for Ukraine. You'll be seeing plenty of stories about that, trying to prepare the county for refugees coming here. We don't know how many are coming, when they'll be coming, but we decided to roll out the playbook that was used during Hurricane Maria, when a lot of families came here from there, seeking to move in with families and start a new life here, or at least come back for a while before they return to their homeland. And so that's been going pretty well. The big challenge there is obviously finding places for these families to stay, and also working through the language barriers. So we're in the process of converting an information packet that we had for the families that came here from Puerto Rico, to convert that to both Russian and Ukrainian. I guess Russian is more the predominant language in the eastern part of the country, Ukrainian in the western part of the country. So we're in the process of working on that, and translators will be a key part of the transition, and also making sure that mental health services are provided, because these families are going through a lot of trauma when they first come here, and we'll keep you updated on that. Had the opportunity to send St. Jude's only fish fry. Normally they do a weekly fish fry, but they're transitioning out of COVID, getting up to speed on things again. It was good to be back at St. Jude. The church used to be just down the street from where I lived in Elyria, and it was good to see a lot of familiar faces. Food was excellent. The company was even better. The community protection team met again yesterday. Obviously, we're seeing a big drop in the COVID cases. There is still an uptick in the northeast part of the country. They're determining that 70% of those infections are in fact the Omicron variant. New York State reported, this is a state, not just New York City. New York State reported recently only 100 new cases in the last 2 weeks. So obviously a lot of great progress has been made. Hospitalizations continue to decrease in the county, and bed availability in the county is around 79%. Also had the opportunity yesterday to attend the special ceremony for the Vietnam War Veterans Day. We obviously had a lot of folks who went and served in that war and did not return home. And then I think, as we all know, it's a very sad period of time in our country's history. A lot of folks being sent there at a young age of 19, not really knowing who the enemy was, wanting to serve their country but not having support back home, and certainly did not receive a warm welcome when they returned. So we want to thank them for their service and welcome them home. And then last night had the opportunity to attend a interesting discussion about the NRG plant in Avon Lake. You probably have read that they are going to shut down officially tomorrow. That's that large structure that you see on Lake Road in Avon Lake. And obviously the city and the community and the residents are all wondering what the future will hold. That property is apparently going to be in the possession of Chea Solutions, C-H-A-R-A, and a lot of good input from the community, but looks like that's a project that's going to take a long time. There's a lot of remediation work to be done, and they will be seeking a lot of input from the residents on what they'd like to see there. The biggest thing the city keeps stressing is they just want to make sure that there's going to be lake access for the residents there, and anything that's built will be built further back from the lake so the community can have access to it. But those will be interesting discussions in the months and years ahead. And that completes my report.
Okay, H, I have nothing for clerk's report. Board correspondence?
I'll move to waive the reading of the board correspondence.
Second.
Discussion. Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
At this time, I would move that we go into executive session for the reasons stated by the Assistant County Prosecutor.
Second.
Discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
And we have returned. I'll make the motion at this time to approve the personnel summary sheet.
Second?
Discussion? Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Any new business? Seeing none, this